Thank you for being here today. And I think that we're all tuned in now to the live streaming. Make sure mine. You did. Okay. All right, good morning. We're here meeting today. The city has a package proposal to present this morning. I have forwarded it to you beforehand, so I'm hoping that you received it already. And if you didn't, let me know and introduce him. Oh, yes, and today Chief Gardner is not at the table with us, so we have Chief Phillips. I'll let her introduce herself.
Heather Phillips, Assistant Chief.
Okay.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet y'all.
Let's see. Let me start. We figure out how to share. So get rid of that one, doesn't it? Yes. Okay, we have quite a bit of items to go through today with our package proposal. The city's package proposal includes Articles 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13. And I just want to preface it, the last time that we met, the association had given us a proposal. I know that we had given a clarification proposal on Article 12 that the union hasn't responded to, so I've incorporated what we put in that proposal into our package. And we'll go through, and if there's any questions or any questions or any need for clarification on where we are on the actual proposals, just let me know. The first article we're going to go over is Article 6, Wages and Benefits. Most of the language in this article has been agreed to, but when we were looking at it as a complete package, we wanted to make sure that the intention was clear. So on the first Section 1A for fiscal year 23-24, and when we basically are dropping the OCMO staff into the uniform staff positions, we wanted to clarify that when we're red circling them on this part for the uniform staff added pursuant to Article 26, we call it red circle when we make sure that they their pay isn't going to be lowered and they're going to be set at a certain pay. The applicable pay scale does not include a pay step that matches. We had put their current base salary, and we just wanted to make clear that the base salary was the annual base salary, and that's what we're going to be working off of. So that's the only clarification language. The concept is the same, and the substance is the same. The rest of Article 6 remains the same. Oh, excuse me. On at least the wage part with the pay scales, which we'll be dealing with the actual pay scales later on, but that language is all the same. The step placement is agreed to in green language. We do have a counter proposal on Section 2, education incentive pay. We are rejecting the doctoral degree proposal for education incentive pay from the association. And we have added a clarification to the education incentive pay that a uniform staff member whose position does not require such a degree shall be entitled to the education pay. And that's that is a clarification.
So I have a quick question. So in addition to removing our language, y'all are now changing it for everybody. I'm not sure, I guess, I'm curious how this goes to optimal bargaining, because now you're saying fewer people are going to receive the stipend.
No, so my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that in order to qualify for the sworn positions, they do not require a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. But for paramedic practitioner, for instance, a physician's assistant that does require a physician's assistant is a master's degree. So in order to even be able to qualify to fill that position, it requires the master's degree. Otherwise, the person would need to be qualified to fill that position. So that is the reason it's directly related to the OCMO shift into the EMS department. Since they're already required to have it just to even qualify for that position, that's the reasoning for this clarification language. It's not intended to take away anything from the existing uniform staff. It's to address that specific requirement of a physician assistant or a nurse practitioner's degree. Does that make sense?
It does,
Let us know if it has affected somebody else,
Right.
because that
because I know,
wasn't existing payments that we were trying to take away.
because I know that, for some of the promotions, it's at least a preferred qualification and considered, and so I just wouldn't want those lines to get blurred.
Okay, well, and the intention was to address that deal so that, if you are required to have a physician's assistant, for example, which is a master's degree, in order to get to that position, then you have to have it anyway to be there. It was not intended to take away anything from the existing uniform staff or what is required to be qualified for those ranks and positions. I believe that even though it may be a preferred qualification for certain things, that is not really affected by this education incentive pay. I don't think that this is only for the actual stipend or the payment, the ad pay. It does not really affect, or our intention is to not affect things like as the preferred qualifications or anything like that. If there is some sort of impact that you see on existing staff, please let us know so that we can evaluate it and we can craft it in a way so as to not make that impact. But the purpose is specifically to address the OCMO shift of those paramedic practitioners and the chief paramedic practitioners into the EMS department.
And can you all share why you removed the doctoral degree? We kind of had a very long-ranging plan for that, and so I'd love to hear.
So with the doctoral degree, just like the bachelor's and the master's degree, as I understand, that is not a requirement for the current sworn positions, other than the paramedic practitioner required positions that are coming in. And so as far as the doctoral degree, at this point, we're dealing with the OCMO shift into the EMS department. That is something that we have negotiated on and that we have negotiated. We're not saying that that's something that could be on the negotiation table in the future. And as you see, going in with that, you will see that there are some other items that we have made some great movement and improvements on in response to your proposal that hopefully will address that. Maybe this is something that can be discussed at a later time of, that can still be negotiated in future contracts. But at this point, we didn't see that there was an effect from bringing the OCMO shift into the EMS department that would address this. And at this point, the city is not prepared to accept or consider this particular provision.
Yeah, and just to, from our perspective, we believe that some of the positions that y'all believe are currently civilian could be sworn if we had an emphasis in this department in the city on providing advanced education, which is why, we're really excited about having a PA program. And in our proposal, we talked about, we recognize that, we don't necessarily need to produce one PA every single year. I mean, there's just a limited number of positions. And so that's why we were trying to expand it to other doctoral positions, because right now we have had 2 paramedics that worked for us that then got a master's or PhD degree and then came back to work in those positions, bringing in their paramedic experience as well as their, public health, research, other types of advanced degrees. And so what we're hoping to do is that these folks can stay in our department work, get those degrees, and then be compensated for having those advanced degrees. So I just want to share why we think that it's relevant in this session because we kind of tie this into the advanced degree, program. Yeah.
And the city hears that and appreciates that, and we continue to take that into consideration. And as you know, when we're dealing with an entire contract, we're also dealing with an entire cost that we're also looking at. And so there's so many things that we have to address that we're trying to make sure that we address what we can and then keep in consideration and understand the union's position or the association's position so that, just because maybe we don't agree to it now, it's not something that we can, it's still something that can be negotiable at a later contract as things progress. And I think in line with what you're saying, we hear you on the program that you're talking about. We have a proposal here that I'll go over in a minute. And I think that it moves forward to where the association is with their proposal, where we're coming towards it. So, and we'll get to that and we'll probably have a lot more conversation on that. But thank you and we appreciate that. We've added a section E to section 3. I would like to note that this goes in conjunction with the overtime proposal that the union has placed on the table. And what we're proposing is rather than the association overtime proposal, we've listened to what you said. We understand the concerns and we're trying to find a way to address them. And so the city at this point is proposing that we add a stipend for the division chiefs. And we're proposing that all division chiefs shall receive a stipend of $350 per month. So look at my footnotes so I remember all my notes. Here on the service incentive pay, we've already agreed to the language and the concept and the substance of it. When we read through it, when we were reading through it, I had to read through it a couple of times to understand what it was. And so what we did was we added some just clarifying language. It's not intended to change the substance of what we intended, but just to make sure that when somebody's reading it that wasn't sitting at this table, they understand how it's applied. So the clarification languages were for the uniform staff added pursuant to 26 as provided for and defined by the City of Austin policy as of the effective date of the amended agreement, meaning that the service incentive pay will become effective on the amended date of the agreement. And that if the people who are coming in have already received their service incentive pay for that year, that they're not going to get an additional one. And that was really the clarification. If there's any issues on that, I think that we're all agreed on the concept and the intent. So the purpose of the language was to just make sure that it was clear for everybody. And just let us know if you have any questions on that. And if there's a way to make it clearer, I'd be willing, I'd be happy to consider that.
I just have one question. Why? So like just above that, the newly added language, it already says uniform staff members shall be entitled in service incentives pay as provided in this article and as provided for and defined by the City of Austin policy as of the effective date of this agreement, or for uniform staff added pursuant to Article 26. What are y'all referring to is when you say as provided for and defined by City of Austin policy? When in that new section, what what will be defined by City of Austin policy?
So the service incentive pay, so as with a lot of other things, such as like, we're gonna go into parental leave and things like that. Parental leave is established by the city and when, as of the date of the effective agreement, there may be some changes in the policy. And so that is so that for the uniform staff added pursuant to the 26, that they are included and any of that policy is captured as of the day of the amended agreement.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that we're clear that the city of Austin policy is not what's defining the uniform staff added to Article 26.
Right. That's not the intention. The
I didn't
there's,
think so. I just wanted to
yeah,
like clarify.
the uniform staff has been defined by the definition that we have negotiated.
Yeah,
And then with the little tie-up matters that you and I are gonna be working on Article 26. But the city of Austin policy refers to the service incentive pay, not to the uniform staff.
thank you.
And really on this section, if you have better language, I'm not sure this even really does what we're trying to do. I think we all know that for like the people who are being transitioned in, that is set by city policy at the time the regular city people's COLA rate is set, is the same time they do the service incentive pay, and it kind of just goes out by, you know, a royal fiat of this is what the service incentive pay will be for this fiscal year. It's kind of along with the raise in the budget and all of that. So we were really trying to just clarify, wait, the Yakima people have already gotten that. But since yours as EMS department already is the same as the city policy, we were really trying to clarify, we're not gonna do it twice. So and the policy hasn't changed in between that. So I'm not sure we clarified anything really here.
That's okay. I mean, we'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
I appreciate the intent. I
Yeah.
figured that was as much. I just want to make sure.
The main thing is that they get the service incentive pay, they get it once like everybody else, not twice.
Thank you.
Okay, the higher class pay has already been, that's been agreed to. That includes paramedic practitioner operating as a chief paramedic practitioner. On section 9 parental leave, this is a new proposal from the city. And generally the concept, before I read the language, is it increases the parental leave for the existing uniform staff from 6 weeks to 10 weeks. Effective October 1, 2024. And the language is, in addition to the regular language, which offered the parental leave in existence at the time of the original agreement, which was at 6 weeks, as of October 1, 2024, at a minimum, parental leave in existence at the time of the amended agreement is entered shall be provided to all uniform staff for the life of this agreement. So as of October 1, all the uniform staff will have parental leave for 10 weeks at a minimum. And that is the counter proposal to the language that you had proposed for the parental leave. On Article 8, special leave. Look at my quick. So this had already been proposed on February 9th. I think there were some questions to this. We've gotten them answered. And so, and any concerns that address that this section shall also apply to the uniform staff members added under Article 26 of this amended agreement. And so that means that the separation pay for sick leave hours that applies to existing uniform staff will also apply uniformly to all the people that are being brought in under Article 26.
I think our question was, we assume that, you know, the whole contract would apply to everybody. So for y'all to specify out this specific section, because for example, on our overtime article, I just don't want anybody to think that, you know, OCP won't be provided to the folks coming over in Article 26 because we didn't specify this section applies to
I see.
the uniform staff.
And that's not the intention. I think that since we're the first, you know, we're looking at the things that were impacted, we wanted to make sure that it was uniform. I'll talk to my team about that. So I guess what you're saying is you really don't think that that clarification is needed
Right.
because you don't want the some sort of implied implication that because it's not addressed in other parts that doesn't apply. Okay, so that's not the intention, especially with the definition that we've negotiated on uniform staff. So I will visit with my team on that, but this is our proposal right now. We'll visit with that, about that specific concern, and we'll talk to y'all about it.
Yeah, and I think, because I think this article came up earlier and y'all had said you were gonna have conversations with HR because it seemed like there was something specific about, this issue that might require it, which is fine, but I just wouldn't want, anybody to make the argument that, the other sections wouldn't apply.
Yeah, I think more than likely we'll come back and say we can remove it, just touch on it in Article 26 itself along with the other ones, but let us confer. But there's nothing odd that came out of our conversations, so.
Okay. And we understand your concern, and we'll make sure to address that. Article 9, holidays, vacation, and sick leave. We have made a change to Section 1 holiday pay. This is our counter proposal that we just add, that the exception, vacation, personal holiday time, and December 25th holiday pay as provided by city policy be effective on the date of the amended agreement. And what that in fact does is it adds the Juneteenth holiday for all existing uniform staff. On number 2, the vacation accrual rate, we have added a section here or some language here so that it applies to the uniform staff added under 26 for the first full pay period after May 1st. Now, I know that maybe you may have the same concern as we did just in the special leave, but this one is important because this establishes the date that the vacation accrual rate actually starts. Because as you see in my footnote, the vacation accruals for the uniform staff that are added will actually be increasing. So we wanted to make sure that there was a date certain that would happen. And usually we do it per pay period, as that's when the accruals are given. The same thing for Section 3 on the accrual caps and separation pay. We've added that same language to say the section shall apply to the uniform staff members added under Article 26 of this amended agreement as of the first full pay period after May 1st, 2024, and for the same reasons. The uniform staff added under Article 26 will have an increase in their vacation accrual cap.
One question up about the holiday pay and how, and that I know y'all's intent is to add Juneteenth for existing uniform staff, which is something we've asked for, so, appreciate that's y'all's intent. What, I'm curious about, because the language still says as provided by city policy effective on the date of this amended agreement. And so has the city changed their policy on Juneteenth for non-public safety already?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
It must have been after the date of the effective agreements between then and now. Because that's the only one that is not being, I think, that's.
So, we had actually thought that when we passed the 2022 contract, that we would be entitled to Juneteenth. Because, I believe Juneteenth was passed in 2021. But we were not eligible in 2022 nor in 2023 after we passed the contracts. And what we had heard is that the city policy specifically exempts public safety. And so this, because otherwise.
Okay, so you want this more clarified too.
Right,
Okay.
because otherwise, if we left it as is, this would still exempt public safety.
Gotcha.
Because that was our argument was it was the
I
first,
wasn't recalling that, but I think, yeah. we can
first
agree with that.
iteration of the
Right.
Juneteenth holiday policy that the city made was specifically exempted public safety, had a line item in the budget for that purposes, but then the
Right.
following 2 years, there was no memo or line items on it, and so it was kind of ambiguous.
Let's just read draft how we do this.
Yeah.
But the intent is to make it the same as what the Aqua police are currently getting Juneteenth, and we know the EMS is not, so we're trying to
I had a similar, and I hate to go back too much, but just on parental leave. I understand that we're trying to go 6 to 10 weeks, which awesome, like, thank you that they are meeting us there. My only concern is when it says the language of the parental leave in existence at the time of the agreement, leave in existence at the time of the amended agreement. Because, you know, can y'all help us at least find the policies that are going to dictate that? Because that language, without any specifics to it of what is in existence at the time,
Sure.
it doesn't, for future purposes, it might not, it doesn't clarify that we're getting at least 10 weeks come October 1st.
So you need the parental leave policies and then the Juneteenth policy. And then if the policy exempts sworn, we need to make sure that we include language that accomplishes what the intention is to advocate and
Yeah.
to ascertain.
Because the same
Or
thing,
public-
the same thing occurred for parental leave, which is that when the original parental leave passed, it excluded public safety. And then Councilmember Fuentes came back and then specifically included public safety up to 6 weeks. And so similarly, if we, according to your current language, it would still be at 6 weeks. Because the movement to 10 weeks and 12 weeks for non-public safety, that language specifically exempts public safety.
And thank you for bringing that up because that was not the intention and we would absolutely do some language to address that. The intention is to move it up from 6 to 10. So,
Yeah.
so we can work on that together.
Thank you.
So I think we'd already done the vacation accrual caps. The next was the sick leave accrual. We're adding the same kind of language to the sick leave accrual. The section shall apply to the uniformed staff members added under Article 26 of this amended agreement as of the first full pay period after May 21st. And this increases the sick leave accrual for the uniform staff added under Article 26, and the new uniform staff will receive the same sick leave accruals as all other existing uniform staff. Article 10, Association Business Leave. We understand the addition of the hours, and I think that is coming from the sick leave accruals difference. We still kind of have a note on this and we have not confirmed it. The city's confirming the number, and then one of the other items that we noticed was the starting date because this is in October 1st, 2023, and of course we can't backdate that. So we're confirming the number. Selena, I think that we're gonna get with you, Houston, to confirm that number, and then we need to figure out how to get that effective figure out the effective date. I need to visit with the city about that and see where the city stands on the effective date. But first, I think we just need to confirm the number, and then we can work with those logistics. Article 12 promotions, the commander field eligibility, that's been agreed to. On the seniority, we're offering, I know that the union has proposed continuous service with the city. The city has a counter proposal to that. We have clarified for the first part, each candidate shall be entitled to a maximum of 10 seniority points equivalent to 1 point per year of continuous service with the department prior to the examination, which will be prorated for the partial years. And that's what's currently happening. And we've crafted an exception only for the people who are being dropped in to the EMS department from Aqua. Once these people, so anybody who fills the vacancies that those people will leave are going to be subject to the first part, which is the way everybody else is. The exception is that for those candidates who were appointed as captains pursuant to Article 26 of this amended agreement, continuous service for seniority points shall be continuous service with the city. And this is the same thing on this other seniority for the commander communications. It's the exact same language, the exact same reason.
This is the one where it was crossed on frames. I'm frames. Yeah, like we sent them kind of at the same time to each other, not really.
Oh, yes. Actually, yes, this was one of the, thank you for that. This was one of the revisions or clarifications that we had made on the last time we sat down, I think on March 1st, where you had done a proposal and we had provided the revisions or clarifications on our Article 12. So this was previously presented. We hadn't gotten a response from the association, so we went ahead and included it in our current proposal. On Part C appointments, the city is, as you know, asking for an additional appointment position for the division chief, and we have proposed 10 appointments total. We have, the city has agreed to the language of where the division chief will promote from and under what circumstances or what processes. Or what qualifies them to do that? We added back in on this section 4 with regard to the additional compensation and the 1.5 times pay for the division chiefs. The union had proposed to remove that language and added their overtime proposal. The city is placing back the original language to allow for the additional compensation for the division chiefs at the chief's discretion, as well as the ability to receive 1.5 times pay for certain assignments as outlined in the current contract. What we did add was the statement that all division chiefs shall receive a stipend as stated in Article 6, Section 3E, which is where we included the stipend for the $350 per month. And that was also a response, that stipend was also a response to the overtime proposal. So this may look a little bit different in the way I organized it, and I'll explain why. This is for the promotions to the paramedic practitioner and the chief paramedic practitioner. I want to note that we initially came over with our proposal that we wanted an appointments for both paramedic practitioners and the chief paramedic practitioners. The union came back and said, well, we want a promotional path. And we heard you, we looked at it. And so what we came up with, we have come up with a proposal that provides a pathway for people within the department in order to promote up to a paramedic practitioner. I switched it because I think that we put the paramedic practitioner first, so I'm gonna go through that. What we're proposing, and I'm just gonna tell you overall before I go into the details, a paramedic practitioner is a unique position in that it requires, like we've already said, either a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant degree. Physician's assistant, I know, are a master's degree. I'm not sure what the nurse practitioner, what level of degree that is, but that is a requirement to even be qualified to fill that position. And we understood that there was a promotional pathway that where somebody could objectively follow, under certain criteria, have the ability to promote into that position. Unfortunately, a paramedic practitioner does not necessarily lend itself to a written exam. I don't know of one and I don't know how difficult it is. I'm not a paramedic practitioner, but in talking to the city, that is something that's very, very difficult to even try to put together, or even, I'm not sure how easy it would be. So what we did though is consider that, okay, let's see what we can do in terms of a promotional pathway. And so what we're proposing is some sort of modified assessment process. So instead of the exam, it's an assessment process. And so I'll go through the details. As I go through the details, explain what we're proposing. Upon the vacancy of a paramedic practitioner, those positions shall be filled through an objective promotional assessment process if there are at least 3 eligible candidates in the department from the rank of clinical specialist, field captain, or field commander. So we have opened it up so that it is available to those ranks in order to fulfill the 3 eligible candidates, because ultimately, as you see, there will be an eligibility list that's created from this. The promotional assessment process shall be implemented by the department at the discretion of the chief. If there are less than 3 eligible candidates or the eligibility list does not get certified, then the process follows a direct hiring process. And the reason for that is because we have these vacancies that need to be filled. And if for some reason that we are not able to fill them from, that we don't have the eligible candidates, then we need to at least have the ability to go to the direct hiring process after fulfilling the internal process to be able to fill those vacancies as quickly as we can. With regard to the actual promotional assessment process, the chief is committing to form an advisory committee for the purpose of making recommendations to the chief on the design and implementation of that promotional assessment process. The advisory committee will have at least 2 members appointed by the association president. The parties understand and agree that the committee is advisory only and the chief retains final authority to set department policies and consistent with this article. The promotional assessment process shall be open to all clinical specialists, field captains, and/or field commanders who meet the minimum eligibility requirements at the time of the vacancy. So we're putting in the contract that it's open to those ranks, and that expands the field from where somebody can promote into that position. We've also outlined minimum requirements for the promotional assessment process. It shall include the announcement of the vacancy, minimum eligibility requirements as determined by the chief for such position, the opportunity for eligible candidates to submit a letter of interest, and the promotional assessment itself, which will have input through the advisory committee, which will include association members. An eligibility list shall be created through that promotional assessment process from which the chief shall promote. The eligibility list will expire upon the filling of the vacancy. However, if there is a vacancy that occurs within 90 days of the expiration of that eligibility list, the chief shall have discretion to promote from that prior eligibility list. The chief shall have the discretion to utilize the promotional bypass provisions specified in chapter 143, section 143.036 F and G. Nothing in the assessment process may be appealable or grievable either to the Civil Service Commission, a hearing examiner, or to a district court. A person appointed to the paramedic practitioner position through the promotional process or through the reappointment process shall have all rights and remedies afforded under the Texas Local Government Code, section 143.014G through H as applicable. That means that they, and that means if they qualify under that if they promote and something happens that they don't, they can't fulfill the requirements, that they're able to go back to the position that they promoted from. If at the end of this agreement, there's no successor agreement, this appointment provision shall continue to remain in effect for a period of 10 years.
I just have one question on the intent behind, and forgive me if we have this elsewhere in the contract, but where the assessment process may not be appealed to any extent. What was the intent behind that?
I believe that is that in that's already in the contract.
It is.
I believe it's somewhere else in the contract. I need to.
Just the assessment process itself.
The assessment program.
The assessment center of the promotion process is.
Okay, I'm just making, thank you for the clarification. That's why I need these people to tell me that.
I do too. And then for the, promotion to the chief paramedic practitioner, the city is still proposing that this is and generally, before I go into the details, the city's still proposing that this is an appointment process. But within the language, as you see, the intent is that the city will, consider and go through the process with internal candidates first. And then if there is, not a promotion from that internal process itself, then it again goes to the direct hiring so that that vacancy could be filled. And the new language states, upon vacancy, the position in the classification of chief paramedic practitioner shall be filled by the use of the appointment process, which shall be at the sole discretion of the chief and shall at minimum include the announcement of the vacancy, minimum qualifications as determined by the chief for such position, opportunity for the qualified uniformed staff to submit a letter of interest, and interview and consideration of any uniformed staff who meet the minimum qualifications and have submitted a letter of interest. All qualified internal candidates shall receive an interview and consideration. Such consideration shall in no way obligate the chief to appoint such uniformed staff receiving an interview, but the same shall be accomplished prior to the external posting of any such vacancy. That is to say that there has to be a process completed for the internal candidates before it moves to a direct hiring process. The chief may remove without cause a person appointed to the chief paramedic practitioner from that position. If at the end of the agreement, there's no successor agreement, the appointment provision shall continue to remain in effect for a period of 10 years. This is the language, and I'll just clarify again, we've gone over this before, but the transfer to the field of communications that was proposed by the association, we misunderstood that. I was completely confused. I thought it was the failure to credential. And although it's crossed out here, it's not crossed out because we're taking it out. We've actually created a new section where we utilize the language with a couple of clarifying words. So I just wanted to state that. Also, here's the overtime proposal that the union had presented. We've crossed it out because we've counter proposed with the division chief stipend of the $350 per month. The preemption has been agreed to, that language. Oh, and here is the crossover, the transfer language and proposal from the association. We put in, as we've previously discussed, we have put in just some clarifying language such as addition of the name clinical services. And, we've just clarified the chief paramedic practitioner rather than it saying the chief at the end. And so the substance and the intent remains the same. The language, the words that we have proposed in blue is, the intent is to just clarify it. So I'd be happy to discuss that with you. But in concept, and I think in the intent, I think that everyone has agreed to, we just need to kind of finalize the language. We have continued to propose the failure to timely credential after the promotional appointment. I think this is important, and I believe that we're all in agreement on the concept and the intent. And if there's any issues, just let us know. The reappointment, we've agreed to leave all that language on the reappointment. For continuing education, with regard to the paramedic practitioner or the chief paramedic practitioner, clinical services. We do need to, I failed to fix that, but just so it's consistent with the division name that we're using and the position names that we're using, but we just need to clarify that. But the language here, we've accepted with our addition, we are in agreement that the department shall reimburse the paramedic practitioners and the chief paramedic practitioners for continuing education that meets recertification requirements for physician assistant or nurse practitioner. We added and has prior written authorization by the chief, because we all know we all want to go to Hawaii to get our recertification.
Great school in Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Lovely.
Right. Right, there's a couple of typos that we need to fix, and that was me. We're going to go over now Part E, the pilot advanced degree program, and this goes in conjunction with the same conversation we started over with the educational incentive pay. The city has heard the association, and we are providing a proposal that will provide a transitional pathway for people within the department to be able to become licensed and get their paramedic practitioner license and be able to promote from within the department. So as you know, when we're looking at this program as a whole, there are a lot of outstanding questions, a lot of factors that we have to consider. Number one, if somebody gets into this program, can they get into this? Can they complete the school? If they complete the school, how do we guarantee that they come back to the department? All sorts of, those are just very general questions. And within that question, there's a whole other subsection of questions that need to be answered and looked at. So taking that into consideration, the city is providing a proposal that commits to look into, to start something at least. And what we're proposing is a pilot program that will be established by the chief, but with the input of course, the association. So the first part is section 1, the pilot program. The chief shall establish a pilot advanced degree program. And the parameters for the pilot program shall be established at the sole discretion of the chief, but with the input of a task force defined in Article 11, Section 7. So we went back and in the contract, there's a task force that's already established that includes both association representatives and city representatives to be able to look at the issues, the many issues that are going to be involved here, and come up with recommendations and advisory and answer questions and maybe find questions that we haven't even thought about at this point. The city is proposing that the pilot program will be implemented on the 4th year of this contract, which is fiscal year 2026 and 2027. That gives the opportunity for the task force to meet, come up with recommendations for this, discuss it with the chief, and then have the chief set the program and implement it for that particular year, the last year of the contract. Again, the intent of the pilot program is to provide a transitional path, including licensure from clinical specialist to paramedic practitioner. And we just needed to put some qualifications in here because the intent is to provide this transitional path, but we don't want to, for instance, say because we did this, now we're going to create an extra vacancy, things like that. So we've added just some controls on this for everyone, that no paramedic practitioner vacancy shall be created by the pilot program, and no participant in the program is guaranteed a paramedic practitioner position should a vacancy occur. If somebody goes through the program, is able to obtain their PA and they come back, they still have to fulfill the qualifications, the promotional process that is in place whenever they do come back. The pilot program shall only be valid through the life of this agreement, with the exception that the implementation of the pilot program may be grandfathered past the expiration of this amended agreement. And that is to say that on the implementation, if there was somebody that is able to participate in this program, the program's not just gonna be for that 1 year. The program is gonna be for them to complete the intent, which is the licensure to become a paramedic practitioner. So that's the intent of that kind of language. That's what we're trying to arrive at. The pilot program shall not obligate the city to funding beyond this agreement and its grandfathering under this section, nor shall it preclude the parties from supplementing this program in any future agreement. The pilot program is gonna have, the program itself will have all the qualifications, and all of the other, items that will be part of that program, and that will be what is discussed by the task force, what is discussed with the task force to the chief to set that up. So I know there's probably a lot of questions, but what we're trying to do is open the door to that, get it, figure out what it is. We need to, number one, see if it's something that even works, and see how we can move forward with what the union is proposing. So this is our counter proposal on the advanced degree program. We've crossed out what your proposal is, but we're offering the counter proposal for that. And I believe the last article that we have in our package proposal is Article 13, hiring process. And again, it's the same proposals, I believe, that we've previously placed, that we include not only the paramedic practitioner, but the chief paramedic practitioner in the direct hiring process. And we take into account the way that we have proposed the promotional opportunities into the paramedic practitioner position and the chief. As you recall, for the paramedic practitioner, there is an internal promotional assessment process that will be established for that. But in the case that we cannot get the 3 eligible requirements, or we can't get a promotion from that internal process, we do need the ability to direct hire into to fill that vacancy. And that's the same goes for the chief paramedic practitioner as well, where the internal candidates are guaranteed an interview and guaranteed consideration. And if for some reason that is not filled from that process, we need the ability to be able to fill that vacancy. And all of that is included in here. We use the association's language, which talked about paramedic practitioner, and we added the chief paramedic practitioner into that concept. And for instance, here on the selection and placement, when we added the chief paramedic practitioner, we also added that after the announcement of the vacancy and complying with those internal processes that we've established in Article 12, Part C, Section 1B, meaning the people who are within the department get considered for either position, then that's when it moves to the direct hiring, and you may hire under the direct hiring process. So we just wanted to make that clear. We have agreed to the beginning pay rate for a paramedic practitioner. We are proposing that the beginning rate for the chief paramedic practitioner hired through the direct hiring process is determined at the discretion of the chief. We're reserving that counter. I believe I've gone through everything that we have on our package proposal. I know that it's there's a lot. And so I hope that if you have any questions, that our door is open to those questions. And if there's legal questions, Houston, I'd be happy to discuss this with you. We know that you're going to have to take some time to review this, go over it, and come back and sign it and say, okay. But we know that you're gonna have to have time to go over everything and come back to the table to discuss it. So in the meantime, I will, I know that Article 26 is kind of like the article that we also need to work on. I know Houston has been working on his part. I have been going through my notes to go through and I know that we've said, okay, this needs to be addressed, this needs to be addressed. So I'm going through and getting those bullet points together and I will be getting Houston so that we can start crafting something and making sure all the legal issues are resolved and that we have all the other untied bows tied up so that we can get the shift completed and complete the rest of the negotiation of the contract.
We'll definitely take a look at everything. I do know that, I think the further we go into bargaining, we just realize how many issues there are. And I know a lot of them aren't, even though we've thought a lot about it, even just hearing y'all's issues, we definitely recognize that, there are just so many more considerations. And I know that, for the city, it's very difficult to come up with a lot of these brand new things, like a pilot program and all these other things. So I really do thank y'all for putting a lot of effort into this proposal. And we do see movement and we think it's a really good start. And I think it brings us a lot closer to where we are. So we really do appreciate the amount of work that's put into this proposal. And ideally, we'd like to be able just to respond with where we're thinking about going in a counter, even if we don't have the language in the afternoon. Since I think we'll meet next week and then by that time, we for sure would be able to give you an official response, but just to give you some concepts and where we are. Because I know that we definitely have some ideas about where we'd like to move to in an official response. So we're happy to do that this afternoon, depends on, y'all's schedule and what y'all have.
We are free. Are you able to confirm the 29th?
The 29th, yes.
Okay, we have had some staffing shifts in that time, but I think we too can confirm.
Okay.
But let me double check that before I do that for sure. Yeah, I need to check too. Actually, I'm not sure whether or not I'll be able to check it. We'll try.
Okay, and then do you want to also start sending over some April dates or look at April dates? And we can also do that too.
Yeah, then we can do the 29th.
Okay, so then we have the 29th and then we can look at April. We should be able to around 1:30 to just kind of provide a written response with where we hope to go.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Chauncey, digging your hair.
Yeah, it looks
Right?
It's a good look. this. So like,
Very close.
my birthday don't matter.
I was born on my dad's birthday.
Well, his birthday didn't matter after that, you know? So it's, but also like when I was young,
Aww.
and- but when I was young, the St. Patrick's Day birthday was amazing.
Yeah.
But now I'm 42 and I'm like, I just want to go to dinner without anybody putting green stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just have a normal, non-drunk dude birthday.
The answer is no.
The answer is not, unless I stay home.
Okay. Going to. So we are starting to work on a document and we're happy to share with y'all just the work that we've done and highlight some notes. Oh, sorry. Are we ready? I just. jumped in.
Yes, yeah, you're good.
I'm trying to get into the WebEx. And then we'll continue to work on it. Since we had originally thought that we were gonna be meeting on the 28th, that's just when we'll use the caucus day and then have something to present on the 29th in a more formal way. But I think conceptually, we talked about everything and feel good about some of our conceptual concepts.
You have the link, it's just not clicking in.
Yeah, it's just
Sometimes it,
the first time I load WebEx is always takes forever to verify. Okay, but I should be in. Okay. All right. So again, let's see, how do I share sharing options? I do not need to see all of my apps. So in conversation with the rest of the bargaining team, I think there was a lot of just widespread agreement that y'all did make movement and we're very happy to see that and glad that the city is really taking a lot of the things that we're putting out there to heart and willing to try some of these things. We know that it's a lot and we do think that the movement that we're trying to make, you know, only advances our medics and also advances the health of the community. So we were really glad to see that. I think that there's still a few points that we just want to continue to think about and work on. So you'll see a lot of there, we don't have any disagreements on this language. On education incentive pay, we went back to our language and the reason why is because we don't actually think that your language is doing what you think it does. Yes, a physician's assistant degree or a physician's assistant degree specifically is similar to a master's degree. It's actually not. And so there are, some of our PAs don't actually have a master's degree. And so having a master's degree is not actually a requirement for the job. It's having a physician assistant degree. It's similar to, for example, who has their paramedic certification but not their associates? Anybody?
Jake Redding.
I have a bachelor's, it's unrelated.
Okay, so when I went through paramedic school, I could either just get the certification or I could get the associate's degree attached to the certification. But to work in this department as a paramedic, you don't have to have your associate's degree. So it's not actually a requirement for a PA to have their master's degree. And so some of our PAs don't have their master's degree. So we still think that like we wouldn't, and then we started thinking about, so we understand that having a bachelor's degree is technically a requirement because in order to go to any PA school, you do have to have your bachelor's degree. We also learned that to go to medical school, you don't have to have a bachelor's degree, you just have to fulfill the prerequisites. And so we understand that, you know, having a bachelor's degree, while that is a prerequisite to going to PA school, we have some PAs that have multiple bachelor's degrees. And so we just want to think about that. And I think it's just a really weird thing that we hadn't even considered, because when we first sat down, we totally agree with y'all that yeah, if a PA is truly a master's degree program, then they shouldn't qualify for this. But as it turns out, it's not actually. So y'all might want to just take that into consideration and thinking about how you want to navigate that. The other thing we continue and we just, you know, this isn't a formal offer, so we're still thinking about it. The reason why we still like this doctoral degree is because we do think it goes along with this idea of the advanced degree thing. We think there are some doctoral degrees that would be very helpful for folks to have, but is not a requirement. We would like to see our paramedics be able to get public health masters, public health doctorates, emergency management doctorates, and we do think that they should be compensated for it. And at some point, we would like the department to be able to send folks to those types of places. But we know that we're never gonna have even if we had a captain position that was primarily research, it would never be a prerequisite. They would never be compensated for that outside of this education incentive pay. That's why we continue to want the doctoral degree in here. Again, we understand what y'all are saying, that maybe this is more appropriate in the next bargaining cycle, but we just left these things as a placeholder since we haven't been able to formalize our offer yet. This one? Yes. Okay. So we also really want to thank you for the movement on division chief stipend. We've also left in the 10th division chief appointment. Unfortunately, our counter proposal can't be reflected in the package, because what we're thinking is that what y'all are trying to do is, I think when we negotiated the 2023 contract, what we recognized is that the division chiefs are in some ways getting that 12 or 14% differential. So going back theoretically, between medic and clinical specialist, the percentage differential should be 17%. And then every other rank after that, we were thinking of 12%. So between clinical specialist and captain, between captain and commander, between commander and division chief should all be 12%. And if you do some very interesting financial maneuverings, there is a way in which between commander and division, you have to like readjust the hours and do all this stuff, you do get a 12%. But if you actually go to the pay scale and you multiply the commander's annual salary, or multiply the annual salary by 1.12, it's about $4,000 to $5,000 less than what is reflected on the pay scale. And that's because the commanders have built in overtime. And so what we thought about doing is just shoring up the division chief annual salary to be a true 12% increase above the commander pay. So I'm happy to send y'all what a sample pay scale could look like to that effect. But that obviously wouldn't be reflected in the contract. So we're just thinking about shoring it up to actually reflecting that 12% raise that we had always kind of philosophically said was the goal. When we talk about the division chief issue, there are two big points that we're trying to address. We've heard from commanders that it is less and less attractive to promote to division chief because of the lack of overtime, and that many of our commanders annually are making much more than our division chiefs annually. The second issue that we're really trying to address is the shift EMS 100, which is basically shift work, which is where they're working 24 on, 72 off. It makes it really, really difficult for them to take off because they have to find somebody else who will cover it, and nobody's giving that person a monetary incentive to cover it. And so we have many of our division chiefs on EMS 100 that have maxed out on their vacation and have a very difficult time taking off vacation because they have to just ask somebody out of the goodness of their heart to cover it. And so we're trying to fix both of these issues, kind of writing a historical issue about division chiefs not getting the appropriate level of compensation, and also trying to incentivize folks to cover the EMS 100 shift. The wording is not perfect here. We're still wordsmithing it, but we wanted to just at least put out our intent. And so what we're offering here is that any additional increments of 12 hours worked on EMS 100 beyond their regularly scheduled shift, the division chief shall receive an additional pay of $750. So basically, this is kind of in response to the stipend as well, which is if any division chief decides to pick up 12 hours, because sometimes you pick up a night half, sometimes you pick up a day half, or sometimes you pick up both, you would get a straight stipend just to do that each time you do it. So that would incentivize our admin division chiefs to do it. It would also incentivize potentially our EMS 100 shift chiefs to do it as well. Obviously, we're trying to make it so that our division chiefs can't like flex out and make that differential. It's specifically over your assigned work hours for that week. So we're still working on the language, but I just want to share our intent to y'all. We also had, we agree with, I think that for service incentive pay, we understand what the intent is basically to make it that everybody gets the non-public safety service incentive pay. We just try to simplify it to this, and if y'all disagree or think other language is better, then happy to discuss. I really think that we're trying to do the same thing. Uniform staff or uniform staff added pursuant to Article 26 there shouldn't be that numbers there, shall be entitled to service incentive pay calculated in the same manner for all public safety employees. The previous language kind of shone a light to some of the issues that we've been talking about, which is the previous language says that it will be provided for and defined by the City of Austin policy as of the effective date of this agreement. The service incentive pay model changed a few years ago. And they just treated uniform staff in the same way that they treated all city employees. And it's not like we froze the policy from when we signed the contract in 2018 or 2022. So they have been updating the way that they pay out service incentive pay as they updated it for city employees. And so to us, it's like, we're saying two different things. We're saying that we're entitled to service incentive pay in the same manner as all non-public safety employees. But on the other hand, we're saying it's tied to what we agreed to or what was in place at the time we signed the contract. So we kind of thought they were contradictory. And so we just ended up with this language. Obviously, this helps us if service incentive pay is enhanced, but also there is a world in which, we know that the City of Austin is not projecting the rosiest financial picture. And so it's possible that they could reduce service incentive pay. And so then we would rise and fall with them, which is how we feel like we have been doing anyway, that whatever non-sworn employees get, we get. And so we just left it at this. If y'all want to work on some other language or think some other language is better, then we're totally open to it. But I think we generally want the same thing.
I do want to point out that I changed a will to a shall.
Love it.
Just for the record.
I think we have agreement on the higher class pay. And so this is our first attempt at parental leave. We also understand what y'all are saying about the 10 weeks. We think that, the language that we simplified it to is as of October 1, 2024, at a minimum, uniform staff shall be entitled to parental leave calculated in the same manner for non-public safety employees. This is different from yours because in yours, you had suggested that it should be 10 weeks, which is what currently, non-sworn public safety or non-sworn city employees are entitled to. And so we recognize that that's because it's at the time that it would be amended, which is May, which is 10 weeks, but then in October, it moves to 12 weeks. And so, of course, since we are saying that, we're giving an extra many, many months for, the city to recognize that it would come in a new fiscal year to appropriately budget, that we would like to go to 12 weeks, with all of the other city employees. Or potentially at least have something that if, we're not able to get, the full 12 weeks, that if city council wants to change that for us, that they can, but that we allow for that superseding in the contract. And, I know that we're putting parental leave in the contract. I still personally, just wonder about that. I don't think that, when we looked at parental leave in 2022 and 2023, it felt like the amount of money it cost, we could have either asked for parental leave or we could have gotten an additional, 0.5, 0.5% raise. And I don't think that anybody's ever asked the city employees to make that choice. Like, would you rather have a higher raise or have parental leave? I know it is a little bit different for city employees, but I again just want to state for the record that I don't think it's appropriate to bargain for parental leave. I think the city declares it a value, should be something that should be a universal right, I would argue. But we know that we are putting it in here, and we're hoping that the city recognizes that everybody's going to 12 weeks, and for there just to be some discrepancy of 2 weeks seems goofy to me.
I think on that, we're all in the same kind of wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And this is also kind of our attempt at how do we spell this out in terms that last beyond what our agreements today, and that we know in our verbal agreements. And how do we make sure that this language progresses as the city progresses their policy on parental leave, as well. And so I think I think we're still on the same page. It's just how do we get the words right?
So actually, yeah, we're not on the same page. We understand if you're looking for a Me Too clause, and we were trying to cap it and bring you up to where ACMO is and then leave it at that so that the two were not disparate from each other. But yes, to the 10. So at this point,
Sure,
we are on different pages, but
Yeah.
I think we understand.
Yeah, and I think, we would just say that ACMO would have gone up to 12 weeks in October, so, yeah. So we left your Article 8, knowing that, we would potentially revisit if we need to make this specific specification here, or if we can just add it into 26, but we didn't remove it. Article 9, we have the same kind of issue that we had with parental leave and the other leaves, which is that if we had chosen your language, the city policy specifically excludes public safety from getting Juneteenth. And so leaving it at the city policy, then we still would have been excluded from Juneteenth. That's why we added ours. I know that y'all want to understand that issue and so might want to think of other language. We still think that our language works, but if y'all have other language that you want to change to, in this case, I think we do completely agree. It's just making sure that the language reflects what we're trying to get at. Yeah, this is a perpetuity clause. If y'all want to limit it to what city employees get on this date, I think, however y'all see fit to modify this. We understand all of your additions on the rest of this article. We've left it blue just because we want to see what Article 26 looks like to see if we need these additions. Article 10, association business leave. We understand your question about the number of hours, and I think last time I was supposed to send y'all an email with the calculations, so I already have it drafted, so I will send it after this.
Did you have any thoughts on the date there?
Yeah, and that's just because it's not final, but we would be happy to just start it on October 1, 2024. So as far as Article 12, I do think we're still talking about the seniority points. I definitely don't think that this is something that I think the city or the association, maybe I'm wrong, but this definitely doesn't seem like a hill that either one wants to die on. I think we're kind of still having conversations about this, especially depending on how the ACMO folks get brought over and to what rank, et cetera. And so, you know, if we just want to make sure that our medics don't feel like they're getting an unfair advantage, basically.
Yeah, I think on this one, this is just a separate kind of concern that we have on this, that probably Roxy and Houston can
Okay,
work out.
yeah, that would be great.
Separately.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a different sort of concern.
And if there's other concerns that we haven't thought of, then this is not something that we just want to, you know, if possible, to do what we can to make our medics feel like the process is fair.
Yeah, okay.
So general provisions, we left it at 10. We've left all your language right now. Obviously, we would clean it up based on our language. So we're talking about the last two substantive things we really want to talk about is the stipend or is the promotions to paramedic prac and chief paramedic prac, and then also the advanced degree school. For paramedic prac, we have two ideas. We just put one of them in here. Obviously, it's not a formal offer. The team is still discussing the merits of each one. We dropped it down to 2. If there are 2 eligible candidates, I think that importantly, I think it is a very big change. Totally admit that it's a very big change for ESCOT to go from being able to pick anybody in the whole world to the civil service world of, you know, potentially only having the pool within the department. And we absolutely recognize the big change that is. You know, we are in the civil service department now, and that's the whole point, is that we want our paramedics to promote. We think that, you know, if ESCOT trusts them enough to be paramedics to take care of folks, that he should also trust them to be paramedic practitioners, especially if they've gone through the 5 years that it takes to get all of the requirements for such. That being said, we know that it is a really small team also. And so maybe the personalities matter, maybe there are some other factors that matter that we don't know. And so we think that as long as there are 2 options, you know, that we would be happy with that. I think the other thing we're thinking of is also treating it similar to what we do for division chief appointments, which is, let's say that once that we go through a certain appointment process, which is all internals get interviewed first, and then the externals can be interviewed if they pass on the internals. And that can maybe be done up to 8 PAs. So then once the PA program gets, if it were to get larger than that, you know, because council wanted to expand the program, then it goes to a straight internal appointment process if there are eligible folks inside. So we're kind of wrapping our minds around both those things, because we think that once there are potentially 8, which is 2 per shift, and we expand further than that, then that pool should be, that group should be large enough that each individual personality might not matter as much. So, you know, if you want to just like talk to that with your team and just see if that gains any traction. Our team has not decided which way to go as a formal offer, but we feel comfortable enough to just at least discuss certain types of things that we're talking about and thinking about. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Because right now, just for example, we have 4 paramedic practitioners. And so if the team were to double and grow even larger than that, is the only time that it would kick in that they would have to appoint somebody from internal if there were eligible applications. The other thing is, I think this is more of a a typo, but we removed field because we do think that communication folks should be able to qualify for a paramedic practitioner. And we haven't changed anything else. We definitely, obviously, some of these things would change depending on what our counter offer looks like, the initial idea. For chief paramedic practitioner, the only thing we changed is we removed the 10-year evergreen clause. You'll notice that we didn't take that out in the paramedic practitioner part because we do think that that position is so particular that it makes sense that we need to continue, having a detailed hiring process for the paramedic practitioner, either internally or externally. But we do think that for the promotion from paramedic practitioner to chief paramedic practitioner, that can go back to civil service if we did not have a successor agreement. So the next section that we had talked about is crossover transfers and promotions. At this time, we don't have we don't have any concerns with your language. I just want to highlight, these are just some notes that we're taking. Here we're at the notes section and not even draft language. But and I don't think this matters to the city necessarily, but all we're thinking is, if I am a captain, I were to become a paramedic practitioner and I wanted to go back to being a captain, what if we put me at the bottom of the eligibility list as opposed to wait until there is no eligibility list or it's been exhausted? Or we allow me to, apply specifically for the command process on the field side. So we're just thinking about those concepts. I don't think necessarily that the city would care one way or the other. The other thing is that, let's say that I really want to move back to the field. I don't care if there's not a captain position. There's not really, it's not really a way for somebody who has gone from the field to the paramedic practitioner position to go back into a lower position. So those are just some of the things that we're thinking about. I think that this will rarely, if never, happen. The only place that we do allow for that is for the direct hire. They can go to a clinical specialist rank because they never held any rank previously. And that was, I think, language that y'all have agreed with. We don't have any issues with your failure to timely credential after promotion by appointment. Reappointment language is all agreed to. The only thing we added for the recertification is you'll see these words just for their designee. We just assume that possibly the chief would delegate that to Dr. Escott or chief of staff, or somebody else. Doesn't need to be the chief.
I think, and catch me if I'm wrong, I thought we had changed chief in definition or observed at one point that chief automatically meant chief or his or her designee. But I thought we had kind of made, again, but that, as we were writing these things, that was in my head, so could be totally off base, but I'm thinking it's a given.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
take a look at that.
Yeah, and if it is, then great.
It wasn't an intentional.
Yeah. I think we were just thinking about like this not needing to be on, that there might be somebody.
Yeah, he's not free every, he needs to be signing it.
So with the pilot program, we talked about how we really, really appreciated y'all's language. The only thing that we wanted to add, and again, we haven't fully fleshed out our draft, but the only thing we added is that the pilot program, we do want there to be some financial commitment, that it would be city-funded transitional path, because we wouldn't want, all of the department folks to gang up and be like, so the pilot program is that, we'll treat you like you're on military leave and you can go on your own dime and do paramedic practitioner or PA school or MP school and then come back and then, you will let you apply to be a PA. So we do want to know that the city is willing to put some financial backing towards this pilot program in 2026, 2027. We obviously didn't dictate a certain amount. I think this gives us many years, especially for them to develop a proposal that the chief and the association can work together to work with council on finding that funding when it comes to budget year. So we wouldn't be trying to do this outside of the budget cycle, but as part of that. And I think that y'all probably were hoping that it would come to the same thing, but we just wanted it specifically in here. We haven't, not guaranteed to say that everything else will be agreed to, just that that's the only sticking point that we really picked up on at the time. And I think everybody's gonna take time, obviously, over this week to look over the rest of the language as well. And then we generally, with Article 13, I think that this language would just depend on what we put into Article 12 when it comes to promotion. So we didn't make any changes to Article 13. The only thing that we wanted to throw out there that we haven't discussed yet, and so feel free to shut us down if you want. This is kind of part of the thing about how new ideas might come up as we're talking. We recognize, and I think the city recognizes, that 5 years is a really long time for you to either separate from the department or to, take time off or do whatever to come back as a paramedic practitioner. And I had talked to some of the current paramedic practitioners about what a potential fellowship would look like. And so once you graduate PA school, could you come back quicker at the department in a fellowship type situation? And so just in, I think I talked to our team about this for like 10 minutes. But we do have language about internships in the contract already when it comes to lay people that don't have any kind of medical degree. And so you're maybe even thinking about tailoring that just to say, optional for the city to think about a fellowship program and just try to put that in there as an option for the city, just to try to show folks that maybe it's only 3 years and then you can come back, kind of work as be training as a PA while you're getting your clinical hours in the hospital as well. So I just wanted to give you all a heads up that was coming. I don't think it's anything, it would not bind the city to do anything. I think it's just a way to make the whole thing look more attractive and not as daunting. And so that's kind of the work that we were able to do in the last few hours. And we're gonna take the 28th to really hone in some of this language so that we'll have something more firm to present to y'all on the 29th.
I don't think I have any questions. I think you've come up with some interesting ideas that we can be mulling over while you're honing language. We can, talk about it internally. Definitely, we can come up with some of the responsive languages on the Juneteenth concept and the crown.
Sure.
That in the meantime as well. So I think we got a good idea where you were coming from there. I hate to ask you to send us any draft language when it's that draft, because I wouldn't want to. But I think for us to consider it while you're honing in on your language, can you do a big draft, not official, something that we can kind of look at a little better?
Yeah, I think what I can do is
Watch the tape, but that's kind of silly.
Yeah, I think what I can do on some of the language that is probably 80% of the way there, we can send that over and we'll just remove some of the parts where we really don't want you to look at this at all.
Yeah, okay,
So
that's.
So at this point, I think you're just talking about the concepts that you're working on, and that's what we want to be able to, at least that way, that we would have good questions, that we can think about it and have good questions about the concepts. And I appreciate the work. That was a lot of work.
Yeah,
This afternoon.
that was good.
And I'm happy that we're discussing these ideas as we're sitting here. That's what these meetings are for. And that's the thing, when we're talking specifically about the pilot program, those are the kind of ideas that we wanted to discuss. And whether they wind up in the, somehow in the contract. And if they don't, that is an idea that's still out there to discuss in that task force that we have proposed. So, so that may be part of the pilot program that's ultimately implemented in the last year of the contract. So I just want to put it out there
Yeah.
because, we're talking about ideas, and even though, maybe they don't wind up in the contract, doesn't mean they're gone forever,
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure that, that we retain that and for further discussion, like in the task force, that's proposed. So I think, I didn't have any specific questions. I know we're gonna work on the parental leave and the Juneteenth language. I think there was some typos that I needed to fix on the, continuing education for the paramedic practitioners, that little provision.
Yeah, I would say if anything that you can send us, I think the most important things are the things we need to sit down with the chief over.
Yeah.
Especially on promotions and how that would relate. So if you're anywhere near on that, mark it as,
Yeah.
confidential draft, not final, not, right to withdraw, and it's a dark, whatever you need to be comfortable, because those sort of conversations are gonna take us a little while.
Yeah, and we can also kind of write bullet points too of what
That would be
the intent
great.
is, so
That would
that.
be great. Okay. Yeah, because those are kind of concepts that we haven't fleshed out at all, so, yeah. That would be great. No, you guys did a lot.
Oh, stop it.
It's because you have all the wisdom that comes with age. Birthday.
My rhyme age of 42. Yes, I know. Tell. But
Happy birthday.
I've now found, just agree with Selena.
Only took him 2 years.
2 years, several nudges under the.
Oh, dates.
All right,
Dates. So I need to create a doodle and then get my team to look over that, so.
Okay, so just so you know, the 29th is Rutherford.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely have, we'll have firm dates for sure by next Thursday.
I think we've
I
sent
think
those over
we're
to
good
you
for the one.
for consideration.
Say that again?
We sent over the proposed dates.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
When we give you those dates, that doesn't mean we can necessarily do it that date if it's next Thursday, so I don't wanna, we can always meet at Rutherford as far as rooms go, but that, the chief gets booked and we get. So,
Yeah.
you'd rather, I'm not,
I'm not rather in.
won't let him know.
All right. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good evening.
Sorry, like, sometimes I remember, I'm like, oh. It's worth the
He's
look.
done that 2 times today, it's Friday, and I still keep saying.
That is,